What time did that email come in?
Just the email came in at 9:20 that she was printing off pictures.
All right, so we got an email at 9:20 saying she's still at her office printing off pictures, which is wholly unacceptable. Ms. Daybell, you represent yourself. You do not need your advisory council here. But I'm going to split the difference. She's being sent an email that says if she's not here at 9:50, we're going to start. If there's pictures that need to be printed off, staff can do that. Staff can bring it over later, but should have been here at 9:30. If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean, this is ridiculous. All right, I'm just letting everyone know what the holdup is. We're going to start at 9:50.
Judge, at 9:50, I do need to make a record regarding character evidence and the defendant opening the door before she questions some witnesses.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that that's out there so she's aware of that.
We'll do that at 9:50. Do you want to stay out here or go back?
Okay, 9:50. What? That would be 10:50 my time plus 30-minute delay. 10:50. So basically another 20 minutes. Let me go over what I'm reading here. This is from Brianna Whitney, who is True Crime Arizona and did the interview with Lori just after the end of the Charles Vallow case. Says, pretty tense moments leading up to testimony today. Judge Borowski was angry that Lori's team was late with her files, calling it wholly unacceptable. Then prosecutor Trina Kay said Vallow introduced character evidence herself in opening statements by saying she was loving and peaceful, which Kay says opens the door for her to bring in her 4 felony convictions and to detail Charles Vallow's murder that they've only been referring to as an incident during this trial. Judge agreed to this, opened a wide door. Oh my. Oops. Wow. I didn't catch that in what he just said, but then we're behind in real time. So says Lori says the state withdrew their 404B motion to introduce character evidence. The judge says this does not matter if she does this going forward, then it opens the door for the state to do the same. So yeah. Ooh. Let's see. I'm just going to leave her a comment. Okay, what else have we got? Justin Lum, who is from the Fox affiliate down there in the Phoenix area, says at some point in Cross, Flory questions Brandon about why he needed a PI, then redirect would be an opportunity for Trina Kay to counter with the murders of JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell, and Charles Vallow.
opening, she spoke about that she was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people, and then she also spoke about Brandon hiring a private investigator. I want to start with the fact that the defendant is appearing to try to bring in 404 character evidence about herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing. Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person, she has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer. Next, the defendant, in terms of bringing up information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her, we have worked very hard to try to say there is an incident in Chandler. Brandon Boudreaux was very aware of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow. And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So if she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why he was in so much fear for his life, why he was hiring a private investigator to locate this defendant and locate Alex Cox. So I just want to make it very clear that should she go into those areas, I will be asking to then bring in the fact that she has been involved in the murder of Charles Vallow, her own children, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
And I believe 405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc. And I was thinking in my head, wow, she's opening a big door right here. Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony. But I think the notice that the state is putting out right now is well taken, because if you elicit testimony through a witness or you testify yourself along those lines, there's several doors that would be opened in that instance. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay. The schedule.
I also understand that the state also withdrew their 404B, that they had
Well, that
no
doesn't
intention of doing that. So
That doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying they did give a notice for 404B, and then they did withdraw it. So they didn't have any intention. I didn't have any intention.
The issue is if you bring in your good character as a reason of why this didn't happen, they're going to be allowed to rebut that type of testimony because you've opened the door to it. The schedule for today, I'd like to finish the witness that was on the stand yesterday, if he could come up.
And then, Judge, just for scheduling, I have one civilian witness who only had a Ring camera. She is very fast. I would like to, after Detective Ferrer is done, put her on quickly before we recall Brandon, just so she isn't waiting around.
All right, so it'll be the witness from yesterday. We'll conclude with him. The defendant was in the middle of her cross on him. We'll do that civilian witness. At some point in the morning, we'll take a short break for the court reporter in about an hour. And then we'll recall Mr. Boudreaux to complete your cross, or start and complete your cross. All right? Are they lined up? Go ahead and line them up.
And if I can go get the witness to bring him in.
Okay, I'm just over it's just over editing notes, but this is so huge. When I was listening to opening statements and she started talking about her good character that opened the door. She is in so much trouble with the jury now. She thought she had it bad before, and she thought she hated. She thought she hated Judge Zareski before, in spite of loving everyone, including the prosecution.
All right, welcome back. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. All right, the defense can continue with its cross of this witness.
Okay, Detective Ferrer, yesterday we were talking about you collected the evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what all evidence did you collect yourself?
The projectiles from a bullet.
Is there any other evidence that you collected?
At the scene or?
Yes, at the scene.
Yes, just the projectile.
Okay. And then, was there a cigarette collected at the scene, is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I did not impound that.
You never saw it?
I don't recall it.
Okay. And you had collected the items that were in the Ford F-150, is that correct?
Yes.
And you collected the earplugs that were in the truck?
Yes.
And you stated that those were common among people who frequent a shooting range, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Alex Cox frequently visited shooting ranges?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered Alex Cox's vehicle license plate because it was personalized, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in the case, in the course of your investigation, did you discover what his license plate stood for?
No.
Okay. Or what it was a reference to?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation that Alex did stand-up comedy?
No.
Okay. We talked about the hole in the Tesla, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was consistent with a bullet hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that could be a bullet from a rifle or a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. So either one.
Either one.
And those fragments weren't tested to find out if that was from a bullet or, I mean, the bullet was from a rifle or a handgun?
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. You also said that you were the one that canvassed the neighborhood for videos?
One of many.
Okay. But in your report, you said that at 3854 Phelps, that the individual had heard a loud bang, but to investigate it, said it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is that correct?
Can I object to hearsay?
And you had stated that you did collect evidence, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
But the majority of the bullet was never located, is that
Let me
correct?
rule on the
Sorry.
objection is sustained. Next question.
And the majority of the bullet was never located, is that correct?
We had a projectile. We found the just pieces,
Okay.
fragments.
And you had put in your report that you believed it had fallen out during when the
That's
victim drove away?
It's possibility. There's a lot of possibilities.
So my question is, how would it have fallen out? How could you explain it falling out? Could you explain to me?
It depends where the bullet hole or the projectile goes into a vehicle. There's several. A vehicle is not sealed. All sealed up, so there's not ever breathing or anything like that. So there's holes in it, and there's ways that they like venting and that type of stuff for a vehicle. So when a vehicle is in motion, it moves, right? It rocks, goes over bumps. That's why they have shock absorbers. So anything that's on top, it's just like when you accidentally leave off, drive off. It's a big chance it's going to fall off. It's the same as a projectile will also.
Okay. So how far on were the fragments that you found the hole that was made in the top?
It was located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
So like it
I don't.
inside the hole somewhere.
Yes.
But just so I understand, the bullet breaks apart, is that correct?
Yes.
And so maybe the majority fell out and those pieces were left inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much of the bullet was taken apart or how much damage that bullet or projectile would have had.
Okay. But some of the pieces could be in there and the majority of it could fall out?
That's the theory, yes.
And it wouldn't be wedged in?
We didn't locate anything that was wedged in.
But that could have been due to just driving around the block because, like you said, the car jostles.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If the car had not been in motion, then the bullet should have been intact. Is that correct?
No, when a bullet hits, it depends on the type of bullet, frangible or non, the make, the model. If it hits a solid object, bullets have different properties. So some will break apart a little easier than others. Some will go right through. It just depends on the make and the model of the bullets.
Okay. So no testing was done on this bullet to find out what kind of bullet it was?
The projectile.
Correct. I mean, no.
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. Is that something that could be found out?
What do you mean?
What kind of bullet it was from the fragments?
I believe there's a test that possibly does it.
Okay. And you didn't think that was necessary?
I was not the case detective on this.
Okay. Since those bullet fragments were not tested in any way, you had Sophia yesterday. That's just from a visual. That's not from any kind of thing of the copper. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So just looking at
It's
it.
the color.
Okay. That copper color could have been from Tesla itself.
I didn't see any copper on the outside of that Tesla. It was white in color.
Okay. And then when you said you canvassed the neighborhood or the Gilbert Police Department canvassed the neighborhood. There was no camera coverage to your knowledge, correct?
People I talked to did not have any. I believe there was camera footage found by detectives also, yes.
Oh, there was. But you did not discover any.
No,
And you've never seen?
no.
Okay. And have you been working on this case this whole time, or what was your involvement as far as October 2nd, so when you worked on it? Case?
The original call out I was part of, and then I was requested to execute the search warrant on the F4F150. I know it was December 23rd.
And that kind of ended your
Yes,
dealings with this case?
yes,
Okay. So all of the reports that you had written were in between that time frame?
yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start with sort of where we were just ending and go back to some issues from yesterday. In this Tesla, did you note damage to the molding where the window would have gone up into the frame of the Tesla?
Yes.
Can I have the Elmo, please? Thank you. So we're looking here at Exhibit 39. So would it be fair to say that there's not a great seal anymore between where the window went up into the frame and the car itself?
That is correct.
And did you also view the glass itself?
Yes.
That was laying on the driveway?
Yes.
And did you also, Exhibit 46, note that little notch or divot in the glass itself?
Yes.
And was that sort of consistent with the location of where the window would have gone up into the frame of the vehicle?
That is correct.
So when you're talking about a seal of a window going up into the frame, does the fact that the molding was broken and that there's a divot in the glass and the glass was completely shattered impact whether or not all those fragments or pieces of that projectile might remain inside the Tesla?
There's a good chance they would fall out of the Tesla.
Because the seal is no longer the same as it once was, right?
Correct.
You were asked yesterday about the length of the bullet hole or the size of this bullet hole. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you're talking about the A here, were you trying to measure for not just the damage of where the bullet started to impact or cause that concaveness in the frame, but just the actual hole itself?
Yes.
Does that still tell you the size of the bullet?
No.
The damage that it caused as it entered to the frame of this Tesla?
That is correct.
You asked yesterday about casings and fragments, and can we explain, thing is, what a projectile is and what
Sure. The case, what the bullet is contained in, and the actual bullet itself is attached to. A casing is usually fired on, and it's usually, it could be caught, there is revolver actually keep the casings in. Its rifles are known to could keep the casing inside until you eject it yourself. The semi-automatic weapons, which police use and which are more common, semi-action, it will eject the casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is fired from the through metal, usually not. And so it is compromised, and it makes fragments. And that's where the fragments come from, and that's what we found in this. That's just fragments of the actual bullet.
Okay, so talking about the fragments covered, those pieces of the projectile after it broke apart and after it had first gone through or into the Tesla frame and then broke apart. That's what you're talking about when you talk the fragments that you recovered?
That is correct.
The defendant asked you about casings and if you found anything. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that.
If you were advised that the person firing the rifle or lying in wait inside of the back of a Jeep, the barrel of that rifle, the rear window, the rifle was fired, where would you expect that casing to land?
More than likely it would be.
Okay, so you would not expect it to fly forward out of and land out on the ground.
No.
The defendant saw a casing over by the pool. Would you expect, absent, I guess, a hole in the floor of the Jeep to find the casing over there if it was still in the Jeep? So,
Never found the casing next to it.
but you would a casing over
No.
there, right?
No.
Evidence of anyone shooting over there,
Right.
and there would be no reason for a casing.
Correct.
This case, given the information you were given, were you surprised that you didn't find a casing?
It doesn't mean we don't look for the casing. We automatically look for the casings, but since it was inside of a vehicle, just like we'll say, once we pull the car over, the casing of that vehicle, most likely, then one pop out if they have their gun outside the window, something like that case might. But usually there was no casing found in this. So we determined it was most likely, or likely than not, inside that vehicle still.
Thing was in the windowsill? Sorry.
Yeah, the casing was more likely than not inside that vehicle still.
Inside the Jeep?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you
Thank you.
If I may go get the next witness.
All right, ma'am, come on up here. You're going to stand. Clerk, be sworn in.
Can you please state and spell first and last name? Raise your right hand, please. You just solemnly swear about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Yeah, go ahead and have a seat right here. You'll scoot into that microphone there.
Could you please introduce yourself to the
My name is Lynette Mendoza.
Thank you. You currently live here in Arizona. Back on October 2nd, of 2019, did you-
In Gilbert,
and what was your address back then?
3898 Fairview.
How long did you live at that location?
In total, 6 years.
Thank you. Look at exhibit 2 map. Did it back in October 2nd. State will move to admit.
Objection.
Choose admitted.
Thank you. Okay. Told us you're Fairview to approximately where was your residence on this map?
It is the house on the very corner.
Is it Fisher and Fairview? Or,
It's been a little, oh, I'm sorry.
There's a map.
Oh, sorry. Record. Turn.
this is Fairview.
Right, so it's either Fisher or I can't remember which street corner. So there's a park and it's right on the corner. Fry, Record, turn in, Carlos around to Fairview.
Let me put up 3. Is this the park you're talking about?
Yes.
So right on the corner.
Yes, right there on the corner.
Here. Okay.
Yes, that's the house.
Back in on October 2nd, to have a ring doorbell.
Yes.
Did your front door sort of face out towards Fairview Street? And do you recall sort of the bell was located?
Yes.
Where was it?
So from the front door, it sat off to the left-hand side if I was in the home at the front, that street.
Did it sometimes get a little bit of this?
All the time, yes.
Okay. And was it sort of motion?
Yes.
Okay. When there was some sort of vehicle going by, it might activate it.
Yes.
Back on October 2nd, an officer coming around the ring system and to kind of look in the time range of 9:15-ish to see if you had any footage of vehicles going by.
I do.
And were you asked to email any to the police department?
Yes.
And did you do that?
I did.
And Your Honor, counsel, or the defendant, Exhibit 120, if I can have my paralegal show that to the witness. Okay. Your residence, your ring video,
Yes.
and the footage that you sent to the police.
Yes.
Did it have both audio and video?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
Objection.
120 is admitted.
Yes. If we can move forward to the- And if we can just show at the beginning. When you had your you had your ring video, would it sometimes like glitch and you'd see a vehicle like we saw in the beginning, a black vehicle?
Yes.
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and the sound of any shooting?
I remember being asked to look for a crossing, and then I saw that at the beginning of the vehicle you see, or the video, and that was what I noticed first.
Okay. And then when you were watching it yourself, you heard a bang noise. And so given that, looking for the black vehicle and then you noticing the bang, that's what you sent to the police. And that's your home sort of looking out, as we said, of Fisher Fairview.
Yes.
Thank you. State has no questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor, no cross.
For this witness from the jury. Don't see any. Ma'am, you can step down. We took Mr. Boudreaux's cross-examination out of order. We're now going to complete that, so I'm going to ask Mr. Boudreaux to come back up. Go ahead and have a seat on the witness stand. You're still under oath. just remind you to speak into that microphone. Start her cross-examination of this witness.
Your Honor, when Robert Abernathy gets some photo things I need to have marked, so can we stop for a minute?
Go right up to the clerk when he gets here.
Okay. Mr. Boudreaux, you and I met, is that correct?
I believe we met in 2008.
Okay. Before you got married? Okay. Married in 2009. Is that correct?
I was married October 31st, 2008.
Okay. But that's when we met. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So we've known each other a long time.
A long time can mean a lot of different things.
Since 2008. And we had a familial connection. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we always had a friendly. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say always.
Okay. Until what time?
Until probably end of 2018.
Okay. Spent many holidays together.
We did.
A little over 10 years. Is that correct? Okay. And I was there at your wedding. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I came to Utah to help you when your first child was born. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Correct.
And I was there when your second child was born. Is that correct?
You were not present when my child was born, but
Well, I came to help and watch Braxy, so I was there.
you visited with you were with my family, correct?
Okay. And I flew in for Hawaii. Blake was born to help with the kids, and I watched them at the hospital. Is that correct?
Object again to character evidence.
Same.
And I did watch them as well. Is that
Your Honor, I'm
correct?
going to object and ask
Sustained.
to go into 405 soon.
And we went on vacations together, you and I. Is that correct?
Ms. Vallow, okay, move on to relevant information, okay? You have a relationship with him that's close. Relationships, and so
And you came to visit me in Hawaii. Is that correct?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just asking in the sense that it wasn't, it was him coming to me.
all right.
There's things that happened there that I'm going to. Okay.
Okay. She's flirting with the evidence again, and that she opened that door during her opening statements, but So far, they haven't, I don't know. He didn't exactly say, yes, you may bring all of convictions in her daughter, Tylee, her estranged husband, Charles, and the wife of her lover, Tammy. So, until it says that, I guess they're giving her a stern warning, but bring it in, bring it.
You and I had never had an argument with each other, is that correct?
Not correct.
Okay, when did we ever have an argument? No.
Object to relevance. If there's like about that, are we talking in 10 years?
The most recent argument that I would say was texting you in June.
That was June 25th, 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And had you been upset with me before that time?
Are you talking about in our lives?
Yeah.
I'm sure all human. I'm sure there was times I was upset with you.
Is there something specific that you wrote for the June 25th messages?
Something more specific.
Sustained.
Island?
I'm going to object as to and 404.
Sustained.
That Melanie and I, was that correct? And you were aware that I love Melanie.
I can't say if you loved her or not.
You saw that over the 10 years that you were married to her, right? You witnessed it with your eyes.
What is it you're asking that I witnessed?
Me and Melanie.
As I said, I can't state what you did not feel. I can't say what you felt.
But I acted in a way that, as far as you knew.
I'm going to object again to relevance, provide character evidence.
Sustained.
There is found frequently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were times when we were well as my house. Is that correct?
I'm objecting to relevance.
And until you sent me that text message on the 25th that we read yesterday, you never had any disagreements with each other. Is that
I would not agree with that statement.
you and I had ever had an argument?
Can you ask that question again?
Did you and I ever?
And again,
I'll allow him to answer. You can.
I'm sure we had, I don't know how you would define argument, but disagreements.
Face to face, you and I? By the time we met on June 25th, 2019, did you and I ever have an argument?
Is there something you're looking for that you're trying to specify? And that's a broad question that I can't think of a specific time where we argued face, if that's
Argument in our lifetimes.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that there have for sure been a specific time that I could share where me and you face to face argued. I'm not a confrontational person.
There's a emotional person.
I'm going to object to character
So-
evidence under 404 and 4.
Would you I did you as
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustain.
So in your testimony yesterday, you talked on the same day on June 20,
It was.
a long argument. How long did that go on?
It started and it went through past.
So several hours. You remember this? Did you send me those text messages? Is that
I wouldn't say that's the only reason I remember that date. It's a good date.
okay? So you remember that date specifically?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Started as a result of Melanie not wanting to attend her grandfather's funeral. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Melanie had trauma with all funerals because her mother passed away when she was 9. Is that correct?
To relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. He can answer if he knows the answer.
I can't say why Melanie, not Melanie.
But you know she had an issue with funerals. Issue with funerals before your grandfather passed away.
As I said, I'm not Melanie. I can't. She had an issue with or not.
You're aware that her mother passed away when she was 9, right?
So her mother passed away.
And that she went to the funeral.
I'm going to object to relevance.
Also stand.
She's your wife of 10 years, so you knew that about her. Is that
Again, I'm going to object to relevance.
understandable that you would want your wife at your side at your grandfather's funeral, so a disagreement between a couple over that issue, that's fetched, right?
That's a statement. Can you, if you want to phrase it as a question, go ahead.
So your argument began because of this issue with not wanting to go to your grandfather's funeral, is that correct?
Yes.
And was Melanie upset or crying at that point?
No, just me.
Okay. So during this long, several-hour disagreement, you would have covered a myriad of topics, is that correct?
Can you define a myriad of topics?
Just several different things probably came up during this very long argument.
We talked about several different things, yes.
Okay. And one of those things I had come up in the conversation, is that correct?
One of the things that came up was you getting your temple recommended and me hacking your computer.
So I'm saying I was brought up in that long conversation just the one time?
I don't know if I could say just the one time. It was quite a long time we spent on that particular topic, which was bothersome.
Okay. So as you were trying to change the subject, Melanie was going back to that?
As I was trying to understand why it was important to her, she focused very much on the subject, yes.
Okay. And you had stated before that Melanie saw me as a mother to her, is that correct?
I said a mother-like figure.
Right. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that your mother-in-law would be brought into a very long argument. Is that correct?
Objection, speculation, irrelevance.
Or someone close to your wife?
Sustained.
But I was not the focus of that entire argument. Is that correct?
My focus was my family, my wife and my children. I love them and I didn't want them to go through pain.
Is that what you spent all those hours arguing?
Yeah, because I love them and I wanted to work through things with my wife. Yes, I didn't spend it for any other reason.
And during this argument, there were several issues that you discussed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of those issues was Melanie informing you of text messages that she had viewed?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Is one of those issues a video of you on Facebook dancing at the pink pony that Melanie showed you?
Object to relevance, to 404B evidence, and 403.
Sustained.
Did Melanie show you a video of yourself
Object
during
again
that
to the same
argument?
manner.
Sustained.
What else was discussed in this argument?
Objection, relevance, foundation, something specific.
I'll sustain the objection.
How many topics would you say were gone over during this long argument?
I couldn't say.
So until, did I ever answer the text messages? Were you in for that argument in your mind?
I think that the only people who can be responsible for ourselves is ourselves. So I was focused on myself and my wife.
Okay. So that argument ended up beginning your divorce proceedings, is that correct?
At the end of that argument, she told me that she needed a divorce, correct?
And who filed for divorce?
I did.
And when was that?
In July.
Do you know the date that you filed?
It's complicated because I went and met with a mediator, but she didn't file the paperwork for a while. So I guess it depends on how you define who filed for it and when.
Okay. Did you file it with the court? Like file for divorce with the court?
A mediator did.
Okay. Oh, so you don't know when she actually put the paperwork in, is that correct?
Correct.
When did you meet with her? Do you remember that?
I do.
What day was that?
In July.
But you don't remember which day in July?
We met several times.
Okay. Did you meet with her on your own, or did you and Melanie just meet with her together?
We met with her together.
Every time?
Yes, every time we went together.
Okay. And that started in July?
Correct.
And do you know when that was final?
Mid-October.
And you were able to come to mutual agreements during that time? With the mediator?
Can you give me more? What are you looking for specifically on that?
I'm just saying, the mediation was completed, so you came to your agreements, is that correct?
We filed for divorce, so yes.
Okay. So when was it that Melanie moved into the rental house from the house that you were living together in?
I believe I moved her on July 14th, I believe. I'm not certain.
And then you stayed in the house until what date?
Until my home sold.
When was that?
We got under contract in September, beginning of September, and closing was October 1st.
Okay. When did you move into your rental house? What day was that?
Mid-September. Till late September, would have been 25th, 24th, 26th, somewhere in there.
And then you had schedule with the children, is that correct?
Can you ask that question?
I'm just saying you had agreed to a schedule with the children, is that correct?
Our divorce, we had a schedule, yes.
And so on October 2nd, all 4 children were with you, is that correct?
Depends on what time you're speaking about.
Well, they spent the night with you, so they were with you on October 2nd, is that correct?
On October 2nd night, they slept with mom. On October 1st night, slept with me.
Okay. That night turned into October 2nd, is that correct?
You're saying in the morning? Then yes, my go to live in my house.
Okay. And then, is that correct? In the morning?
Correct.
So that you guys got up, you had food, you were getting ready.
Yes.
Normal typical morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you dropped off your 2 oldest at their elementary school, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Breeze to her mom and dropped her off at the park, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Blake to his preschool and dropped him off, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then where'd you go from there?
I went to the gym.
What was the name of your gym? I'm sorry.
EOS.
And you worked out for, you said, an hour, 2.5?
Yeah, I wasn't watching it super close. I can tell you exactly how.
Then you drove straight home. Is that correct?
From the gym, yes.
Okay. Now, on that day, you had an interview with Detective Teller, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the first time you met that coach?
Yes.
On that day, on October 6th, 2018?
Correct.
Interview, you told him basically what happened, correct? All about Melanie, is that correct?
Pretty broad question. I don't know that I could say that I told him all about Melanie.
Did you discuss Melanie, is that correct? And this is me, is that correct?
We did. Yes.
And he had asked you kind of what happened, is that correct?
He asked me what happened. Yes, he knew what happened.
And you talked about your divorce, is that correct?
We did discuss parts of my divorce, yes.
And you had told Detective Teller that someone had convinced her that you were gay, is that correct?
you ask that question again?
Type of pillar that Melanie had, that someone had convinced Melanie that you were gay?
I can't remember if I specifically told him that someone had convinced Melanie that I was gay. I would have to review the conversation I had with for sure.
Do you recall telling him that she named Lori? Melanie?
I did not say she has a friend named Lori. No.
You didn't? Would you like to review would you like to look at your interview?
I
To
said
refresh your
that
recollection?
I said that she has an aunt named Lori.
To review this, to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Ms. Hick-
You're here. Whoa. But her hair looks like a rat nest of dreadlocks.
memory.
Just read that page to yourself and then I can ask you a question.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
I read. I think that maybe a transcriptionist miswrote that because I wouldn't have referred to you as a friend named Lori. I would have referred to you as an aunt named Lori.
It would mean that you were talking about that convinced her that you were gay. Is that what you were referring to?
In that context, I never said that Lori is the one who convinced Melanie that I was gay.
Okay. So in the second paragraph, the one that convinced her that I'm gay.
Improper impeachment refreshing. I'm not sure what she's doing.
Sustain.
Would you like to read?
If you would like me to, I can read it again.
Okay. It's 51.
Okay. The gift to X, the judge has just threatened to revoke Lori's right to self-representation because she keeps bringing up things that he's already.
Did that refresh your recollection?
That is that in 251, I did specifically say that I thought that you.
That I had convinced.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay.
Had been involved in convincing her. Yes, correct.
I could not show you herself a video of you dancing at the ping pong. Is that correct?
Sustain. It's all sustained.
And what was your understanding of how I can convince Melanie of this accusation?
Speculation.
Can we?
We'll just read. Nate Eaton wrote for Bresky on the bench says, Daybell, if you continue task lines of have over the prosecutor, not your turn to speak. I make your pro se status. Lori responds, I understand you're on. I apologize. She's not sorry. I was listening to some commentary last night, and she's looking at him, etc. She's to get in what she wants, regardless of whether it's or not, and you know, legalese and evidence. An example they taught us back in paralegal school was if you put a cop up there and talking the crime scene and says, and then there was the other body. Well, there is none. The defense will jump up and say objection, but you can't unring a bell like that when you've their body, when there's only evidence of. And so that's what Lori's trying to do. She's trying to put in evidentiary harpoons. So let's see what else. Looking to see what else is being. We have a 30-minute delay built in about what's going on by checking X with our courtroom observers. So this tab to refresh to see what the latest is. Carloxa says, is Lori Vallow or Lori Daybell really trying to wash dirty laundry during the trial? Family, but this is not the time for that. If she was raised by a pack of wolves, she wouldn't be this clueless, but being raised by for those who don't know, a citizen who went to prison. He was advocating for and then he set up a business doing estate, which is a branch, being an attorney, and he was not an attorney. Eowyn has just come here to say hello. Hmm. Let's take another look here. Somebody's estimating that Trina Nixon's regarding 404B evidence. And be surprised if Lori got her right attorney taken away because she is blatantly disregarding it. Yesterday she was on the Charles Vallow trail. It's the exact same thing, and she's doing the exact same again. And so, it's really kind of a contempt of court situation at this. Hmm. I get to the gates in 10 minutes. From our courtroom observers. Okay, so we've got a 15-minute break. That's probably contributing to the lack of anything going on. Is going to say anything outside of this is where we're going to. Okay. I'm having a little trouble here with either running restream, and so I'm not sure if the audio is coming through. So I'm going to try. Let's see. Because I'm not familiar with it. I'm going to try rebooting the software. So stand by a moment, because we're learning on the we're learning this new software, and I'm getting messages about stopping to work. So okay, I think we're back. So let's get our screen. I think. Let me just check. Yes, this is the tab. Okay. I haven't learned how to put me on the left side of the screen yet on this. Let me just check that everything looks good. Okay. Now, how do I get back to this? Don't you just love how Lori said she's been nothing but courteous to the judge, whereas she's been showing passive aggressive of court. I mean, she's put another motion to have Judge Boreski removed. She did that once. He ruled against him. Another judge held a hearing and said there was no reason for it. Then she had another motion to remove him. But if she, with the second decision, that was something to file with the appellate court, not just file a new motion. So, I still not quite right with the tab. Usually I the streaming software, but since I refresh the tab, it doesn't seem to want to let me. So okay, I have to scroll further down. Okay, let's take a look back and see if we got anything new. Because 15-minute break. Got a break at this point. But we didn't hear the judge say anything so far about possibly revoking. Oh my. Somebody here interpreting that because he took the break. He had said earlier that it was, oh, he did kick her out. Brianna Whitney from True Crime Arizona, take her out. Lori Vallow Daybell and Judge Bresky get into heated argument over Lori continuously bringing in character evidence when she shouldn't be, and ensues. Judge orders her out of courtroom. After the recess, he warned her. So the judge has ordered Lori out of the room. Has kind of become a friend here on. So to look up the definition of a narcissist, you would see Lori's ugly face in the dictionary. If she'll have a hissy fit, enough to get her granny pants in a tight bunch. Such a will act like she is right. Presiding prosecutor is wrong. The reality is judge and are right and Lori is wrong. Just a walking red flag of her being an egotistical woman. All eyes on her. Sure, I hope come soon enough to bring back and leave. Okay. Let's see. Carluxa says Judge Bresky is parenting Lori Daybell the way Barry and Janice Hawks never did in her entire useless life. Maybe if they did, we wouldn't be here today. Yeah, and they've got a clip, a meme, or a GIF, I should say, which looks to be. seem to be having some issues with X not being very responsive today. Let's see. How long have we been at break? And hello, MD8. HHTA, judge stripped of my abusive ex of all his parental rights, and ex has been blaming it all on this rookie judge Soslanski. Huh? Uh-huh. Wow, so you've had dealings with Judge Burrell. He's got the patience of a saint. I kind of in that Lori is going to go full on Daryl Brooks, and that they're going to have to set aside a standby courtroom where they can stick her and mute her as necessary, because she.
Celebrate the special moments. For those recovering from stroke, injury.
So, let's see. Let's go over and watch this exchange. X. Let's see.
I'm going to make. All right, please be no longer present. Concluded that sidebar, a record's been made. I would.
Oh, like we're going back.
well, but so let's see where we are finished with this witness. All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, members of the jury, please be seated. Thank you. I just had to take care of a little issue. We'll continue with cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Yesterday in your testimony, Mr. Boudreaux, you talked about your argument on July, correct? I mean, on June 25th with your wife, is that correct? Had
I'll allow it. Brief.
Can you define marital problems?
other courses of contention in your marriage during those 10 years?
In years, there's definitely times where you don't agree.
Absolutely. So, with the you traveled a lot, but there are other issues besides what happened on June 25th. Is that correct? Like you said, issues if you're married for 10 years. That's correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question you're asking. Can you ask it one more time?
Okay. You had stated that I'll move on, so I can. You had stated that going to the temple all the time. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain I stated that to him, but she did go to the temple often. Yes.
And I prayed about it. God had answered her in a call. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. If you have a transcript where I read, I would, yeah.
Okay. Everyone.
Thank you. That's not right there.
No, checked. Proper. I don't know. Impeachment.
Yeah, maybe I think what you should do is
So you had said that God answered her in a call.
to the temple?
In reference to that she thought you were
In her saying that she thought I didn't have anything to do with the temple, which was the question you were asking me earlier.
Yeah, so I was saying she frequented the temple, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was a separate issue. So I was asking that she was convinced of this because God answered her in a call, is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, can you ask that question again?
I'm trying to get to the fact that she had her own personal revelation of that idea about you.
I can't say what she was thinking. I can't say why
But she had
made
conveyed
choice.
that to you, that she had a God answer her in a call.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
Sustain.
Where did you get that information?
Which information are you asking?
Okay. The information that you gave to Detective Pillar that God answered in a call, what was that in reference to?
The line before it was me explaining that I'd have to read the line again. I can't say exactly, but my understanding is that you're speaking about me referencing her talking about me being gay.
Correct. And you're saying that she's the one that prayed about it and God answered her in a call. Is that correct?
Can I read it again? I would like to
Sure.
answer the question the best I can.
Yes. It's 240 and 241. So that's what where did you get that information that you gave to Detective Pillar that she prayed about it and God answered her in a call?
I can't tell you for certain. I'm guessing that what I was sharing with them there was pertaining to my thoughts on our conversation from June 25th.
Okay, so on June 25th, Melanie conveyed to you that she had this belief about you herself. Is that correct?
On June 25th, Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay. Correct.
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreaux?
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me
Correct.
at any point?
About this topic, about being gay.
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party, supposedly.
I heard it from Charles Vallow.
Okay. But not from me directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on this day, on October 2nd, you conveyed these things to Detective Pillar. Is that correct? Detective Pillar, on October 2nd, you conveyed to him that Melanie has a friend named Lori.
As I stated, I think that that's a typo. I believe I said aunt named Lori.
Okay. So she has an aunt named Lori, which would be me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's the one who convinced her that I'm gay. Is that correct?
That's, yes, correct.
But you didn't get that information from me or from Melanie. Is that correct?
I would not say that that's correct.
Okay. You got that information from Melanie?
I got what information from Melanie?
Did you get information from Melanie that I convinced her that you are gay?
I inferred from conversations that I had with her that you were the one convincing her that I was
You
gay.
inferred from conversations?
Correct.
Okay. But she did not convey to you. Lori's the one that convinced me, and I know this now to be a fact because Lori is the one that convinced me of this.
She never said those words to me, no.
Okay. And she showed you a video that she found on Facebook.
I'm going to object
I'm not going to say.
again to 404B evidence, to extrinsic evidence, to relevance, to 403.
And what did you convey to Detective Pillar at that time when he asked you what sort of evidence that you had?
I told him that it's silly evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
It's silly evidence.
You told him there was silly evidence?
Yes.
What did you tell him specifically?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Well, it's also hearsay, sustained.
So how are you aware that Melanie had this silly evidence?
And I'm going to object again to just relevance into this area and 404B again.
We got information, but the objection sustained.
From conversations with her.
Okay. So she didn't show it to you? She just talked to you about it?
Again, object, Your Honor. I don't know how many times we can object.
Sustained. Let's move on.
So you called it silly evidence and vague evidence, is that correct?
I'm not sure about vague. I could have.
For you to tell Detective Pillar on that same day, in the same interview, that I convinced Melanie and that she had her own individual evidence that she presented to you?
I don't believe that that's contradictory, no.
You don't believe that's contradictory?
No.
So how is it that you think I convinced her?
As I shared, I had conversations with other people who shared that that was something that you were doing.
But you never heard them from me or from Melanie, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Detective Pillar that day, he had asked you, have you ever seen that vehicle before? And I'm sure he's Do you remember what you answered him?
It would be great if I could read it.
Okay. It's line 597. Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So he'd asked you if you had ever seen that vehicle before, and what did you convey to him?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. And then he asked you to tell him more about the Jeep, and you gave him a color. What color did you say that you thought the Jeep was?
I believe olive or puke green.
Okay. And that you had never seen that Jeep before?
Objection asked and answered.
Had you ever seen the Jeep in my household before?
Are you asking what I said that day, or are you asking me today?
I'm asking you today. Before October 2nd, had you seen the Jeep in my household before?
I might have. I don't remember for certain.
Okay. And what color do you think the Jeep that was in my household was?
Are you asking what I think it is today, or are you asking what I thought it was that day?
I'm asking what you thought it was before October 2nd.
I don't know that I thought a lot about it, to be honest with you.
And you had never seen it before?
As I said, I can't recall for certain whether or not I had seen it before.
And it had never been parked at your house?
Which house are you talking about?
Your Quinn house.
It could have been. I can't recall.
Okay. And so before October 2nd, you were aware that there was a Jeep in my household? Is that correct?
Before October 2nd,
Yes.
I believe that at one point, Charles had called me to have me run VINs on all your vehicles. I was looking at insurance at the time, and so I did get the VIN for that vehicle.
Okay, so you knew the details of that vehicle prior to October 2nd, is that correct?
I had received them from him. I hadn't thought about it again.
Okay, but when he gave you those, did you look up the VIN numbers before October 2nd? In doing that research for the insurance?
When he gave them to me, I used those numbers to run a report that would allow me to see what he could have for insurance.
And in that research, were you made aware of the details?
I didn't dive into the details, no.
Okay, so were you aware at that time that was like a two-door Jeep or a four Jeep, any of those kinds of details? Before,
I can't honestly recall whether or not he told me. I don't know that I needed to know that, or it was something I was thinking about at all.
okay. But that day came to your mind, is that correct?
Which day are you talking about?
Second.
Can you give me a little more context on what you're looking for came to my mind?
Oh, on that day, you stated that it was a two-door Wrangler. Is that correct?
In my conversation with Detective Pillar? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I probably, it would be better if I read it, if that's okay.
So you told Detective Pillar, or you conveyed to him that it was a two-door Wrangler, is that correct?
When we're talking about the Jeep that I saw that day, yes, I saw a two-door Wrangler.
And so my question is, were you aware if the Jeep Wrangler in my household was a two-door Wrangler or a four-door Wrangler prior to October 2nd?
As I said earlier, I didn't think about the Jeep that was in your household prior to October 2nd. It wasn't something I had ever thought about other than taking a VIN and running it for insurance for Charles.
Okay. But that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about? About what time frame?
I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember.
When did you start doing that car insurance business, auto insurance?
The end of 2018, some point after, towards the end, one of the last few months of 2018.
Okay. So sometime within that year, he had you run all those numbers just to see if we could get a better insurance rate. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Let's go to that day of October 2nd. In your interview with Detective Peller, you had mentioned that you saw a little boy. Is that correct?
No.
Ask for some foundation.
Yeah, can you narrow
Okay.
that down a little
Sure,
more?
sure. Sure. In your narrative that you're talking to tell what happened to Detective Pillar in your interview, okay? Can I just show it to you and have you?
Your Honor, if she could just ask a question and properly
hold on.
question the witness.
I would suggest you just ask, did you see a little boy that day?
Okay,
If that's what you're getting at.
okay. Did you see a little boy that day, right after the glass had shattered?
No, I did not see a little boy that day.
Okay. And why did you tell that to Detective Pillar if you didn't see a little boy?
Sure.
It's 4:04. You might want to read that whole paragraph to get some context.
I believe that's a typo.
So what did you think that you said that that's a typo of?
In that context, I was describing the window breaking. Without listening to that conversation, I couldn't tell you what the final word I said was, but I'm pretty confident I did not describe seeing a little boy there.
Okay, so that isn't why you thought that it was a paintball gun, because there was a little boy there?
That is correct. I did not think it was a paintball gun because of a little boy.
Okay. And so you didn't say you thought it was kids just being kids?
I talked about that.
Okay. .406 to 414. So you conveyed to Detective Pillar that you saw a little boy, you thought it was like a paintball gun or something?
I would object to
that
him
correct?
saying that. He did not say he said that.
Right, sustain.
So after reading that, do you recall saying something like that?
The context of what I was saying there was I was describing my thoughts that I was talking to the dispatcher when I mentioned the paintball gun. And the context that I was explaining was that my window was broken. And so without seeing a bullet, as I've described earlier, I thought possibly it could be a paintball gun.
Okay. And on your street that day, on October 2nd, were there kids on the street playing paintball?
No,
Oh. Were there kids anywhere walking around?
no.
And what time was this?
What time was what?
The time of this alleged shooting?
I can't say the exact time without looking at when I called 911 right after. So whatever time that was that I called 911.
Okay, so in the morning time, right?
Correct.
And it was like a bright sunny day that day?
Correct.
Okay.
Looking for the right weight loss treatment for you? Through hers, you can access personalized weight loss plans and lose up to 20% of your body weight or more with FDA-approved Wegovy at half the price.
416?
I conveyed to him what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So why were you telling that to Detective Pillar if you did not believe that?
I just explained what
Which was what?
I was explaining my thoughts when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So he wasn't asking you a direct question, you were just going over what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
I was explaining in that context, referring to what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher, when I said that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you had said before you were confused because you didn't even really know what was going on at that moment. Is that correct?
I would not say that's correct.
So you did not convey that maybe somebody really didn't shoot over here?
As I said, I was explaining to him in that context about why I had said to the dispatcher that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you didn't believe it was a paintball gun at that time?
Which time are you referring to, Detective, or when I made the 911 call?
Both.
when I made the 911 call, I thought someone was shooting at me. But as I explained, I had the thought nothing had come through my window. So perhaps it was a paintball gun, which I shared with the 911 operator. And when I talked to Detective Pillar, I was certain that someone had shot at me. I could see the bullet hole in my car. And as soon as I saw that, I knew for certain that all of the other things made more sense. And that was exactly what happened.
Okay. So yesterday you talked about you kept driving, right? After
Yes.
you were shot at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went up to where the park was and pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then you made a U-turn
Correct.
and went back to the house.
Correct.
So you didn't go around the block, but you went to the, just so I understand, you went to the pool, pulled over, turned around, and went straight back to the house.
It's a big loop. You can drive either way. I ended up driving the full loop. I think everybody has seen how those streets work. So
Correct.
I did a U-turn up by the park, and I came down around the other side and looped back.
Okay. So after the U-turn, you did the full loop around.
Yeah.
Let me know. Thank you. Then what? You drove back into, correct? Did you?
Not going to the garage.
So you stayed out of in the driveway, is that correct?
I got out of my car and like I said, and stayed on 911 until the police officer arrived.
Okay. Was your garage door open or closed?
As I explained, when you drive that Tesla, it automatically opens the door when you hit it inside of a certain range. It didn't trigger in the initial drive-through when I was shot at, but when I pulled in my driveway, it triggered, so the garage just automatically opens.
Okay. So when the shooting occurred, the garage door was not open, but after you came back around the loop and drove into your driveway, it did open that second time.
It opens the garage when you pull up, yes.
Okay. And you did not drive into the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stayed in the driveway.
Correct.
And did you stay in the exact same place where they took all the photos of the Tesla?
I put my keys up on the dashboard and I didn't move the car until they were done.
Okay. And so we heard you on the 911 call where you stepped out and removed the window and then got back in. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's a little hazy. What happened is when you put that car into park, the door will automatically open. And the door automatically opened, the window fell. And from there, I can't remember exactly what I was doing. I remember talking to the 911 operator. I may have walked a little bit towards the street a little or something, and then I just stood right there in the driveway and waited for the first officer to arrive.
Okay, so you were outside of your vehicle at that point when the window fell out?
I may have been. It's been years, so I'm not 100% certain on that part of it.
Okay. But when you say that the window fell, did it fall to the ground or it just kind of crumbled on the door?
Well, it was shattered, so most of it you could see in that picture stayed together and fell, and then a lot of it fell all over my seat, all over me, into the door frame. I could hear it all fall down in there. It fell a little bit everywhere.
Okay, but it was removed from the Tesla over to the side, so did you pick it up and move it, or it fell out over where it fell?
That piece fell because you got to remember the door's swinging out. So it automatically opens itself. If there's no sensor, then it'll move further.
Okay, so the window fell onto the ground by itself without any assistance from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay, and then the little glass shards came out as well at that time?
Yeah, they were all over.
Okay, so you never moved the window after it fell out, is that correct?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. So where we see it in the pictures, that's where it landed?
Most likely. I can't tell you for certain.
Okay. And you may have walked to the end of the driveway, is that that's what you're testifying to?
What I testified to was that I can't remember. May have walked, may not have, I'm not certain.
Okay. You had the 911 operator told you to stay in the vehicle and you were staying in the vehicle, but you had gotten out earlier. Is that correct?
And when I listened to that call, I didn't hear her tell me to stay in the vehicle. So I don't think she did, but maybe she did. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly.
I think that you conveyed that she had told you that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah. So then that conveyance must have been wrong.
Any of that glass cut you? How were you careful to get out of there without getting cut by the glass?
I can't say for certain. I just think that I would have been careful. I wouldn't want to get cut by glass.
So when the window fell out, the glass fell in towards you onto your lap, or how did that work?
No. The big piece of the glass fell outward, which you can see. And then, I can't tell you how everything else fell. I don't have like a perfect memory of that. Just fell.
Okay. When you stepped out of the vehicle, the glass that was on you, did it fall to the ground?
I can't say for certain.
And when the police arrived, where were you located when they first drove up?
I believe I was located in my driveway or right near my driveway, and it was a woman who came.
Okay. And if you thought that you had just been shot at, were you not worried about standing there in the driveway where someone could drive by again?
The person that shot at me was in the Jeep, and I had seen them leave. Of course, I was scared for my life, but I was told.
And I know it all happened quickly, but you were not worried about them maybe doing the loop and driving back around?
There's a lot of thoughts going through your mind when that happens.
Okay. And who arrived first? Who arrived first? Was it Officer Rob?
I can't tell you anybody's names.
Okay.
A woman.
Female officer.
Female officer.
Okay. And she began questioning you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you began to tell her what had happened?
I did my best to explain what happened.
And she, at some point, had taken her pin and stuck it in the bullet hole, is that correct?
I don't remember that.
And where were you standing when you were talking to Officer Rob?
At what point? I talked to her for a little bit, so we moved around.
Were you on the driveway
We talked on the driveway,
initially?
I believe on the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay. So was she trying to get you out of the crime scene area where all the glass was?
I can't say what she was trying to do. I'm not a police officer.
When was it that you called your friends to come over?
After I saw the bullet hole, realized that I was really close to being shot. I think a little bit of shock kicked in. I remember feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. They, I think my hands even started shaking, I remember. And then they told me, do I have someone that can be with me? And then my first thought was my dad, He's kind of my strength. And then after that, I thought of my friends. I have two really good friends. And so they tried to make things lighthearted, make things easier.
So was that Officer Rob that gave you the permission to call your friends?
I can't tell you for certain.
So was that after she finished questioning you on the events of the day?
I can't tell you for certain on that either. I don't know.
Was it before another officer arrived?
Like I said, I can't tell you for certain.
And how long did it take for your friends to show up?
I don't know. I probably was in a little bit of shock. I don't remember how long any of those things were.
Okay. And you had two different friends that showed up. Did they come together?
I think they came separate.
And at that point, when they arrived, was the crime scene tape already up?
I don't remember.
And so they would have had to park outside of the.
I can't testify to that.
And so they stayed with you day?
Yeah, they were awesome. They dropped everything and they just spent time with me.
And they stayed until the police left?
They did.
Did they stay after the police left?
Yeah, they did.
And you guys went into the house at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did any of the offers enter the house? Any of the officers or any of the detectives?
You'd have to ask them. I think they said they had to clear the house, but I can't remember. Like I said, I think I was in a little bit of shock for a little bit there.
And do you know if any of the officers entered the garage?
I'm sure that people entered the garage, yes, at some point. I can't tell you when.
And when you got on the phone and called your friends, did you call them or did you just text them?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And who was it that came to help you that day, your friends?
My friend Mark Bell and my friend Chris Pierce.
Did either of them get interviewed by the police?
You'd have to ask the police. I'm not sure.
Did you see any of them getting interviewed by the police? Did the police ask them direct questions in front of you?
I can't recall.
So by the time they arrived, were you done with your interviews with police?
No.
So when you're having this interview with Detective Pillar, where were your friends?
When I left for my interview with Detective Pillar, we were all sitting in the shade over underneath a tree. I don't know where I was with Detective Pillar, so I don't know where they were at that time.
And where was your interview conducted with Detective Pillar?
Inside of his car.
In a police car?
Yeah. Okay.
And about how long do you think this interview lasted?
It's a long time ago. I don't know.
And then after you had your interview with Detective Pillar, you rejoined your friends?
I did.
Officer Robin and Detective Pillar?
I may have talked to other officers. They might ask me questions.
So other officers were around there and they were asking you questions as well?
I didn't say that. I said I may have. I can't remember for certain.
So there were several people from the Gilbert Police Department in your vicinity, on your property?
It seemed there was a lot of police there because a shooting occurred, I assumed. I don't know the police process.
But you don't remember anybody else asking you any specific questions? Is that correct?
I don't remember any questions that anybody specifically asked, and I don't remember if they asked me questions or not.
Any follow-ups to what Officer Rob had talked to you about or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Brandon, how many communications since October 2nd until now have you had with Detective Pillar?
I have no idea.
How many phone calls would you say over the last 5.5 years?
No idea.
More than 10?
I'm sure more than 10, yes.
More than 20? A lot?
I talked to him about my case.
More than 100?
I honestly can't tell you. I have never looked to try and figure it out.
Okay. How about text message communications with you and Detective Pillar. How many times have you communicated with him through text message in the last 5.5 years?
I've never counted, so I don't know.
More than 10?
I'm sure it's more than 10.
More than 100?
That I can't testify to. I don't know.
How about emails to Detective Pillar?
Same
How many
thing.
email communications have you had with him in the last 5 years?
I can't testify. I don't know.
More than 10?
That I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you if I have had more than 10.
Brandon, I'm going to show you what's marked as potential exhibit 192, defense exhibit. Can I see it first? Do you recognize that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
I can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what it says. I can't tell you if this is something that, where it came from. I don't have any reference on it.
I am going to object, and maybe we can.
Let's break for lunch. Is the party's good resuming at 1:15?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition will resume at 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
All right, jury.
Okay, I spaced it. What time did they say they're coming back? Let's see if he has something else to say here.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present.
Wonder what the judge is looking at.
All right, so I've reviewed exhibit 192. The line of your questioning was to establish that this witness has had contact with Detective Pilar over the years, in the last 5 years. This particular email is actually, appears to be 3 separate emails in a string from February 12th of 2020. So what's the purpose of this? Yeah, are you trying to admit it? What are you?
I would like to ask him about it.
What's relevant about it?
A lot of things, Your Honor.
What?
Judge, I can't hear her.
Please speak into the mic.
It's relevant to his discussion with Detective Pillar from the October 2nd date until this date on February 12th.
What is relevant about it that is an issue for this jury to decide? That's what relevance means. It's something that this jury would either make something more or less probable for some fact that they need to decide.
It's relevant in the way that this email communicates that the information that was being given to the detectives was directly from Brandon Boudreaux.
I know, but what in the content of that email is relevant for this case?
The fact that the last line,
Did I miss something? What's the last line? At the bottom? That's, okay, hold on. Make sure everyone can hear you and the court reporter can hear you.
I would have to ask to see that as well. I don't
So
know what she's
the
talking
last
about.
line was Detective Pilar writes, is it Pilar? Or Pillar?
Pillar like a pillar in a building.
Detective Pillar writes, this information is requested so we can see if Melanie has any financial gain from your death, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that creates motive for Melanie. It seems like I guess it's a fair area for him to talk about in general, but it's also a fair area for you to talk to the detective about what areas they investigated. But let me hear the state's response. But as far as that particular email comes in, I mean, I suppose you could ask some questions about it, but let me hear from the state.
Judge, obviously that's a conglomeration of emails, so I don't know that that fully covers everything. Two, I guess the defendant has never raised a third-party defense. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that this was all Melanie Boudreaux, but that is actually an open investigation that is still ongoing. The state has, obviously in trial, referred to her as an active member of this conspiracy. So I'm not sure if she's trying to admit that or just question him if he was providing information to the police. But the last thing I will, again, just in terms of opening the door, is she's made a big deal about the number of calls and text messages. And as I've indicated, there is still an open investigation against Melanie Boudreaux. And so many of that information might relate to that case, or it might also relate to the Tammy Daybell case, because there was information about that, as well as the Charles Vallow case. So to infer that all of those conversations related solely to this defendant, this incident, October 2nd, is probably a little disingenuous.
Were you intending to enter that as an exhibit or just ask, were you asked to provide information that Melanie might have a motive?
I would like to admit it, and I would like to question him on it as well, yes.
What is the bait page on
It's
that?
Bates 5465.
I don't know that there's anything in it that's particularly misleading or anything like that to the jury. I don't know how relevant it is, but I think to the extent that there may have been some questions about Melanie's participation and whether or not she had a motive are relevant. What's the state's response, I guess? I know she didn't notice third-party defense.
I guess I'm asking now, is she doing that? Obviously, I have a right to know before the trial ends if that's an active defense she's asking for.
I am not, Your Honor. I'm trying to say the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie connects me to Melanie. So that's why I'm trying to establish how am I connected to this. I didn't have a financial gain here. This is the financial gain through Melanie. This is conversations between the detective and Brandon.
So
What was that? I'm sorry.
said I have not alleged a financial gain. I've not alleged much of a motive because we are trying to keep out much of that. So I guess, again, if we're going to start going into motives, then we have prior incidents of the defendant having financial gain in the previous trial that we did here. Scheme and cult activities, then we can do that. But again, the state had decided not to bring in any of that. If we're going to do that, then obviously will change who all of our witnesses are.
All right, let me, rather than just make a knee-jerk ruling, I'll think about it. We'll take this up at about 1:10. So please be ready to go at 1:10. All right, thank you.
Okay, so there we have it. Trina K has just confirmed that there is an active investigation into Melanie Boudreaux Pawlowski and her involvement in the conspiracy to commit murder against Brandon Boudreaux. And I'm not sure how it was phrased, if there might be investigations into her and conspiracy on some of the other murders. So let's see. Over on X, Luke says Judge Boreski should have warned Lori Daybell before doing this. His thin skin equals a Sixth Amendment issue. Illinois versus Allen, 1970. Removal is the only permissible after prior warning. This law is the law of the law is the law is the law. If you run a trial badly, you undermine justice. End of story. So, let's see. Let's do a little research into Illinois versus Allen. Okay. In Illinois v. Allen, 1970, the U.S. Supreme Court held that the defendant can lose the right to be present at their criminal trial if they engage in disruptive behavior that makes it impossible to conduct the proceedings. The case involved William Allen, who was removed from the courtroom after repeatedly disrupting his trial with abusive and threatening language despite warnings from the judge. The court ruled that the Sixth Amendment right to be present is not absolute and can be forfeited through persistent misconduct. The trial court has discretion to manage such behavior, including removing the defendant, binding and gagging them. Oh, we'd love to see that. Or citing them for contempt as long as the measures are proportionate and the defendant is warned. The ruling does not directly address the right to pro se self-representation, but implies that disruptive behavior could also justify limiting other trial rights, include self-representation, if it obstructs justice. The decision emphasizes maintaining courtroom order while protecting constitutional rights. The fellow who posted the comment wasn't specifically referring to the self-representation issue, but the disruptive issue. And I've been saying that I kind of wouldn't be surprised if, sorry, tickling throat here. If Lori went full on Daryl Brooks and had to be put in an auxiliary courtroom where she could be muted. I'm not sure if she's going to do that, but I see the possibility existing. So, okay, let me see. I had a message last night. My friend Gordon is in Ukraine again, and they had a bunch of missiles come in last night. So let me play that audio.
More explosions. The first one was nearby. These are distant. Two more loud ones. Not too far away. Incredible amount of explosions tonight. Oh, I just saw a flash in the sky. That one's nearby. Oh my God, I see them flashing in the sky. It explode. I see them being hit by rockets in the sky. Big flashes of light above me. Oh, there's another big flash. Oh, boom, boom, boom. 5 more flashes above me. Yeah, I should switch to video. Wow, I'm going to switch to video. I'm seeing them blown up right above me. Big flashes of fire in the sky. I see searchlights in the distance. Back and forth. Lights. I've never seen them before. I saw about 10 different explosions, maybe more, right over me. Wow. Oh, I hear a drone. Can you hear it? Hear that drone flying in? Oh, I see one. I see a red one flying right beside me. It's going to blow up. My gosh, I'm right in the middle. Oh, here goes another big red one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. 4th of damn July. Except this is not for entertainment. I hear more drones. I can hear the drones flying. Oh my gosh. That was insane. I've never seen the explosions above me before. Right above me. Maybe 15 big fiery red explosions. Now more in a distance. These are to the south of the temple. Oh my gosh. I hesitate to stop recording.
Okay, that was the excitement from last night. Let's see if we got a new. Okay, Little Lee says, watching Lori Vallow Daybell committing fraud and perjury is so relaxing to watch in this hot, humid day here in New York with a full-blown headache as she is selling herself out with a guilty verdict. It's just as fun seeing her being stupid by speaking in word salad. I posted a meme of a gif of a person beating a dead horse when Lori was going on and on and on about Brandon Boudreaux being gay and how Melanie got a revelation from God that he was gay and so forth. And it's like, what does this have to do with the crime? Even if he were gay, that doesn't mean that it's okay. I'm seeing posts about stuff going on in the Kieran Reed trial, but quite frankly, I've lost all track of what's going on in that trial. I've lost track of what's going on in the Diddy case. Let's see. I think we've got 14 minutes of break left. Let's see. We were. Oh, let's see. We had a decision regarding Lori's motion yesterday to have Judge Borowski removed. Says Superior Court of Arizona, Maricopa County, and date yesterday, docket number, Honorable Jennifer E. Green, State of Arizona v. Lori and Daybell. Trina Janelle K. for the state, Pamela Chicks, Robert Abernathy, Inmate Services. Okay, minute entry. The court has reviewed the motion for change of the judge in the case of filed June 5th, 2025, pursuant to Rule 10-1 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. Defendant requested the court to remove Judge Borowski from her case because, as she alleges, he is prejudiced against her and she cannot receive a fair and impartial trial. Motions. I can't read that. This writing's pretty tiny. Specifically, she alleged that he denied her a hearing to which she is entitled. That hearing that he denied her was regarding aggravating is not brought in during the trial phase, that is brought in during the, it is thought that confused the jury. So actually there is no reason for you a hearing on that matter, because it's moot at this point. If she's, then we can talk about it. Okay, let's see the next Rule 10.1 of Arizona Rule Criminal Procedure permits a party from seeking a change of judge for no later than 10 days after that grounds exist, but motion after a hearing or trial begins. Okay, that's news. Jury trial in this case has begun, therefore the Rule 10.1. The court also notes that the motion filed under this rule must demonstrate judge's interest or prejudice would prevent a fair and impartial hearing or trial. In this case, the defendant maintains that Judge Sparesky's legal ruling was an error. As the court expressed at the previous hearing, the defendant's Rule 10.1 motion does not provide an opportunity to challenge legal rule allegation that the judge did not flip the page. A hearing, even true, does not provide appropriate grounds for Rule 10.1. Finding Rule 10.1 motion not legally allowable after the hearing or trial begins, it is ordered. Summarily denying the motion was filed January 5th, 2025. So, Lori said yesterday had filed the paperwork the day before, which would have put her just under the wire for the started yet, but it could be argued that jury selection is trial, so that's a debatable issue. So she lost again, and basically against me, he's prejudiced, and that's simply not the case. You know, if she has legal grounds, you know, she's just, I'm mighty goddess, and anything I say is scripture, so therefore you must grant me what, and that's not how it works. There's no objective, there is no evidence that is an exalted being. Let's see. And my tongue keeps brushing against my sore tooth, and so I'm not quite talking. whereas we've got 6 till it's supposed to start. Felt anything is tweet worthy. I'm having trouble getting my pages. That's why I can't get the image. Okay, we're back. Let's see if I would like to Nicholas Albert and Rossi. He's got 2 of them. He's got 2 cases. And they're noteworthy because he's such an outrageous defense. And to Ireland name, and when he was sick with COVID, some medical people recognized tattoos from a bulletin. And then he claimed mistaken identity. He didn't have any tattoos. He went into the hospital. That this is a conspiracy to frame him. Like they're going to go in and frame some Irish guy for a couple of assault cases here in Utah. First case is some oral arguments in person, 8:30 a.m., which would require me leaving. Okay, I just stepped into the other room for a minute since they were talking about those big moments today. I was doing a little looking on other cases, and one trial that hasn't been getting much attention is the Harvey Weinstein real trial in New York, taking place in Manhattan, and it commenced April 15th when that's when Lori's case was still going on. And so I was looking for what's going on in the case now, and it says as of June 6th, the trial is in the deliberation phase, but has encountered significant issues. Reports indicate chaos in the jury room, with one juror expressing reluctance to continue, prompting discussions of a possible mistrial. The judge, having already released alternate jurors, has instructed the juror to continue. A mistrial motion from Weinstein's defense is anticipated. Well, that was a mistake. You never dismiss the alternate jurors until you've got a verdict, because then you can step in if you've got any issues. So, prosecution and defense arguments. Prosecutors led by Assistant District Attorney Nicole Blumberg argued Weinstein used his immense power in Hollywood to coerce and assault women, emphasizing his control over their careers. In closing arguments, Blumberg highlighted Weinstein's past influence, contrasting with his current frail appearance in a wheelchair. The defense, led by Arthur Aidala, contends that the encounters were consensual and transactional, accusing the women of seeking fame or financial gain. Aidala has challenged the credibility of the accusers, pointing to their continued contact with Weinstein post-incident. Yeah, because he could still do something for their careers. Weinstein's health and custody. Weinstein, now 73, has been in poor health, suffering from chronic myeloid leukemia, diabetes, and mobility issues. Medical care following a judge's approval in April 2025. Grok says, I'm sorry, but I can't provide this ongoing, and the information available doesn't provide a complete picture of the current status. Well, let's see. Let's see if there's any news updates from the courtroom. The pollen in the air seems to be causing me grief. Nothing new from the courtroom, at least not that I can see. Let me try looking directly on look on Nate Eaton directly. Okay, 16 minutes ago, Nate says Lori is writing down questions, or at least she's pretending to. Jurors are brought in. Lori will continue her cross. 15 minutes ago, Lori about Pilar documentation. Melanie's rental agreement. Let's see, 8 minutes ago, we had a sidebar. It's been going on for 6 minutes. Somebody says he's giving Lori legal advice and he shouldn't be doing this. This is true, but he doesn't want miscarriage, so maybe not mistrial. Okay, nothing more from Nate. Let's try. See what Lauren has to say. Not seeing much from her today. Let's see, Brianna Whitney. Let's look and see what she says. Her most recent post is the take her out moment. Oh, Justin Lum. Let's see if he's got anything to say. His last was 10 minutes ago. Oh, let's see. Now it says lengthy sidebar happening now. Clarify Exhibit 192 is chain of emails between Boudreaux and Pilar. Sounds like there's just not much because the sidebar's been going on for so long. Not much. I'll tell you, I want the back end so I can go search for some cough drops. Okay, earlier I was talking about Nicholas Salaverdian, also known as Nicholas Salaverdian Rossi, also known as Nicholas Edward Rossi, also known as Nick Allen, also known as Nick Knight, also known as Willis Brown. Yep, we've got the seal. Well, I was hoping for a little more than just the seal. Okay, so Nicholas Aliverdine Rossi, the international fugitive, has 2 cases pending in Utah County. Both are intimate assaults. And one of them is an evidentiary hearing in front of Judge Barry Lawrence on the 30th. And I should have one. And one on the 23rd is rather iffy because we should be having Lori on trial up through then, especially since she's been dragging things out. And that's in front of Judge Derek Pullen. Got a beautiful courthouse there in Provo, which has come out of the courtroom and it's got this glass mount a short distance away, and it's just breaking. And I would like to get, I just wish I'm not a morning person, and 8:30 a.m. would mean I'd need to leave 7:30 a.m. I wish they weren't in person, then I could tune in. Let's see if there's anything going on with any other people that we've been following. Corey Richards is on hold because the trial was supposed to start in May, or was it late April? It was supposed to start in late April for jury selection. And my brother was in the Salt Lake jurors to get bussed up to county in Park City. And the defense wanted to move the trial to Salt Lake County or to have jurors bussed from Salt Lake up to Park City. And they chose two different jury pools depending on if it was the local jury or if it was Salt Lake County jurors. And the judge ruled that in Park City with local jurors, and the defense appealed it, which pretty much my brother is not going to be on the jury because the chances that they are not going to be through appeal this month, and even so, they'd have to extend his term being on June. Talk to him about the case. On the offhand chance that, but let's see. Oh, yay. since I knew this is a long let's see. About a 10-minute looking at as I say, we now on the problem tab. The video out there on mic, but So, there is an act against Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, and so her on the witness list for the state, not that she have any information that isn't self-incriminating, and it seems to me she would pull a stuff like she did a case for Lori testimony the night before she was due to testify, so that would be excluded witness because she didn't want to say anything that would harm. And if Lori was smart, she wouldn't be calling her the stand as a defense witness. She doesn't appear on the witness list. She's to have on her witness list are Brandon Boudreaux and Nate Eaton. Yeah, that worked last time, Lori. That's really going to work again. So, yay! I assume that all that noise now is meaning that things are going to pick up. Your sound of creaking of chairs.
The life insurance policy that you provided to
As of the date or of the date of my,
as a person doesn't.
yes.
And did you provide more than one life policy? Detective?
That commercial kind of ruin things here. I'm going to speed it up because it looks like we've got a few minutes of lag.
My speakers. So I was talking, but I was talking about this in my hand.
And like you can take a picture after the license plate or anything.
I did.
Did you yourself personally take pictures of the immediately after?
Definition of like what is.
Like, did you pictures of it showing when missing?
At some point, I took a picture of my car with it missing a window.
Did you picture
At some point, I may have like I don't
Did you send those pictures to anyone?
I don't remember. The of my car, I may have sent a picture to my dad. It's not something that I recall off the top of my head.
Did you send pictures that were there with you?
Dr. Relevant.
How long was it before you sold your Tesla after October 2nd?
Gave it to the police. They had it for a while to run tests and do whatever they needed to do. And when it was returned, I took it to a ship to get it repaired. And after that, at some point, it was sold.
So did they repair it? They were able to repair everything?
Or
Did they have to police the door?
I don't know. They had, for it.
So the police not ask you to turn to them, is that correct?
Is it correct? I turned it over to them.
When did the police
Okay, she's not happy with them wanting to use a photo of the Jeep. I take it it's parked at Lori's rental house where Charles was killed, and they would have taken photos of the exteriorly, the Jeep was there, maybe in the garage, maybe it's in the driveway. I would need to go look at the body cam footage again. Let's see if we got a clue from Twitter what's going on with the sidebar, how long it goes on. Loading when I want to refresh the latest. Okay, let's. Lori Daybell is asking Duncan if testified to taking the phone extraction. Trina says there's no extraction for an iPhone. Bravo. Not much there. Okay, no indication on how long this sidebar is. If I can find any photos of the exterior of Lori's Chandler, Arizona house. Okay, in the driveway we've got a white, gray, or silver pickup truck. Let's see. Let's see. Shot from body cam screen grab, which shows Lori in front of red. Maybe I think that was Charles's rental. I think we'll have to go take a look at the body cam video to see exactly what was there, but here we go. Okay, I stepped out to grab some Diet Dew. Let's see. Okay, Nate Eaton says Trina asked Duncan if he found a romantic text messages on Lori's iCloud. He did. He also discovered a recording of Chad Daybell using a phone number associated with Lori's account. So we're kind of tying conspiracy. I think Take Her Out is going to be the new t-shirt on some channel's merch. Let's see. Not much on X. Kathy Rusin from Law and Crime says, again, Lori is struggling to be a lawyer, prosecutor, Your Honor. If she could just ask a question and properly question the witness. Yeah, I think we'd all like that. Yeah, when it's weighing in. Meghan Markle has been clobbered with a $10 million bath salt burn loss when she was doing her first episode of her lifestyle show for Netflix. She made some bath salts and she didn't use any carrier oils. And she wasn't very specific in measuring things out. And somebody used her directions and got horribly burned. So, not necessarily a true crime, but it is legal. Apparently, they did a recreation of in the Karen Reed case on whether Karen Reed reversing could do the damage to the body. And I don't know if this was presented by the state or by the defense, but if it was spectacularly wrong, because it was pretty obvious that if the dummy wasn't tethered, it would have gone flying. And it hit the arm really hard, and if it had been a real person, the legs would have been broken because he couldn't fly, and so he was twisting around because he was tethered in place. Where a 14-year-old girl was gang assaulted by Muslim classmates, and the school principal said that the kids, the guilty parties could remain enrolled because they are victims too. Yeah, Well, let's just keep them in there so that they can intimately assault the rest of the school body. Looks like nothing there. Let's see if there's anything new from Nate. His last tweet was over an hour ago. So, must not be much going on. Oh, here's a news story. Not crime, but a bit of justice here. Let me just... Okay, Vance Leah Thomas has officially been stripped of every medal she once held, triggering a firestorm across the athletic world. But that's not the end of it. Sources now confirm that Riley Gaines will be recipient thanks to mounting outside pressure and a behind-the-scenes look or push that shocked even sports officials. The controversy over fairness in women's sports just reached a boiling point, and this decision could change everything moving forward. Oh. The Epstein file is supposed to be released unredacted because of controversy that we've got brewing with a rift between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, wherein he Trump the Epstein list. It's not exactly as simple as that because you've got people who are on the list because of peripheral contact, and you've got people who actually went to the island. So Here we go. Okay, is the judge going to say anything after the jury leaves? Yes. And that concludes court for the week. Lori got kicked out of the courtroom to go in timeout for her to calm down and think about things, because she was over talking the judge and yelling at him and over talking the prosecutor, and she kept trying to push her good character, that she doesn't have any malice towards anyone, that she loves everyone, and they warned her that well, she's really already violated the 404B, and I guess the 405 they were referring to as well. I'm not as familiar with that, but she's in danger of everything coming in. Tylee, JJ, Tammy, Charles, the trying to get life insurance on Charles and discovering only after he was dead that they they killed him for nothing. The continuing to collect Social Security when the kids were dead. Collecting Tammy Daybell's insurance, and they haven't introduced yet the fact that the Chad's group wanted to buy land in Idaho for the cult to settle on, using money from insurance money from Melanie Pulaski. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was like money enough for everyone was how it was described. So, anyway, I wish everybody a great weekend, and I think in lunch on Monday we'll try to go over the opening statements, and we'll see how things go. Until then, have just enjoy the weekend. Bye-bye.